aspects of the CBCOC in order to host any questions for you all today. She and I will bounce back and forth if there are things on the district side, but please feel free to ask as many questions as you have so that we can be prepared for our January board meeting.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ann LaMorena-Rolene. I'm a partner at Norton Rose Fulbright. I've been working with schools and community college districts on their bond elections and financings for the past 21 years. So let's get right into the study session. This, as you know, are the 75 words that went to your voters on November 8th. And a big congratulations to the district for passing the Measure PCC with over 70% of the vote. Now, the measure went to the district's electorate under Proposition 39. The district called its bond election under Proposition 39, which permits voter approval with 55% or more of the vote. Again, that's the lower voter threshold. Proposition 39 was adopted by California voters in 2000. Prior to that, the only way you can adopt a bond was by receiving 2/3 of the vote, the higher threshold. But along with the lower 55% voter thresholds, there are certain tax rate limitations. There's a requirement to have a project list that goes to the voters, and the establishment of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, which is why we're here today. Just for a little historical perspective, on March 5th, 2002, that's a typo, over 20 years ago, district voters approved Measure P, which authorized $150 million of general obligation bond authorization. And there's just a list here, if you'll see, the $150 million in bonds wasn't issued all at once. It was strategic according to the district's facilities plans at that time. And if you'll take a look, the bonds were issued around every 3 years. And that's intentional because there are certain IRS code requirements when you issue tax-exempt bonds. One of them is that at the time of bond issuance, the district has to have a reasonable expectation that at least 85% of the proceeds will be spent within 3 years. So here in 2002, the district issued Series A in that amount. In 2003, again in 2006, with a refunding or refinancing of prior bonds to get a lower interest rate and to save taxpayers money. And then they issued A, B, C, D, and E series. Again, some bond issuance limitations were that $150 million, 2.5% of taxable property in the district, and a tax rate limit of $25 per $100,000 of taxable property. Now for Measure PCC, the bond issuance limitations are a maximum principal amount of $565 million. Thus far, the district hasn't issued any. Again, there's a limit of 2.5% of taxable property and the tax rate limit of $25 per $100,000 of taxable property in the district. So here are the requirements of Proposition 39. It allows bond proceeds to be spent for the repair, construction, replacement of college facilities, furnishing and equipping of those facilities. That was new with the former 2/3 vote. You were not allowed to furnish and equip your facilities that you built with bond proceeds. The acquisition of or lease of real property, and the Constitution and the code says that no teacher or administrative salaries and no operating expenditures, you may not apply bond proceeds towards salaries or operating expenditures. There is a very narrow exception with a footnote here. The Attorney General came out with an opinion based on inquiries received from school and community college districts. There are, there's a lot of administrative work involved when you have a large bond program, large or small, there is administrative work. And because the code said no administrative salaries, some districts were terminating their employees because who better to help with the district bond program than someone on staff? So they would terminate that staff member who would then help and then rehire them. Or they could go outside, which would be more expensive, and that outside consultant may not know the district as well as the administrator would. So the Attorney General issued an opinion allowing this very narrow exception, saying that an administrator who helps with the bond program or who would not be doing these particular duties but for the bond program, their salaries or a portion thereof, depending on their duties having to do with the bond, may be use bond proceeds to pay for that portion of their salary. So that's a very narrow exception I just wanted to bring to your attention. This presentation is going to be similar to what we give as the initial orientation for your Citizens Bond Oversight Committee members. So the next steps for the district after a successful bond election is the county registrar of voters of LA County certifies the election results. They have done that. They have provided the official results online and have sent the certification to the superintendent president's office. The next step for the board is to enter these official election results upon your minutes. Now, one of the reasons it's my understanding that we're doing that in January is because once you enter the election results on your minutes and deliver that resolution to the County Office of Ed and the Board of Supervisors, is then you have 60 days in which to establish and appoint a Citizens Oversight Committee. It's called COC, or some districts call it a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. That's an independent Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. So we'll be going over how to go about doing that and what the requirements are. And then the next step after that is when the district is ready to issue their first series of bonds based on their needs, how much they can spend within 3 years. Then the district board would adopt a resolution of intention to issue bonds. And that would go to, depending on the timing, that would be sent over to the county, because the county auditor, controller, and treasurer would need to know that in advance of the next fiscal year so that they can set the tax rolls. And then there would be a separate resolution authorizing the first Series A issuance of bonds under PCC. And then once that, usually the bond issuance takes about 2 or 3 months, depending. And then the district begins to construct, furnish, and equip their projects as determined by the district. And then the Citizens Oversight Committee, they can meet early as you like with their orientation, but they really don't have many duties until the district issues its bonds and starts spending the money. Otherwise, they really have nothing to review. Because under the Education Code, the CBOC's primary duties are to inform the public regarding bond expenditures. So they review information provided to them by district staff as to the expenditure of bond proceeds. They review an annual independent financial audit and a performance audit, also provided by the district. Some districts, you'll be presented with the district's audited financial statements. Some districts use their same auditor for the bond financial audit and the bond performance audit. And once those are completed, again, after you've already started spending bond proceeds, those audits go to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee so that they can review that as well. The CBOC also inspects college facilities and grounds where bond proceeds either have been or will be expended. And then they review copies of scheduled maintenance proposals or plans developed by the district, and then they advise the public as to whether the bond construction program is being run in compliance with the law. So they're provided with that project list, and then they're provided with the information provided by the district that says, we've started spending bond proceeds, this is what we spent it on. They compare that to the project list, make that determination, and provide an annual report. And I'm ahead of myself. So the most important obligation of the CBOC is to at least annually prepare that report to the taxpayers that describes the bond construction program, identifies its successes, any shortcomings, and then we want to ensure that this report is posted on the district's website. The district should have a website dedicated to the bond program, the Citizens Oversight Committee, who that's comprised of, and then also all of the reports and their minutes and agendas and so forth. It's recommended that copies of such reports are also available at the district office in hard copies. So the duties of the district superintendent president are to approve the construction contracts, change orders, approve the timing and sale of bonds and the expenditure of bond funds, approve the construction plans, schedules, and the handling of all legal matters. So for example, I as bond counsel represent the district. I do not represent the Citizens Oversight Committee. If they have legal questions, they can route them through district staff. Sometimes there are members who believe that once they get on the committee, they can decide, you know, we're going to spend this on that at this time, and that's not the case. They're advisory. They're just reviewing the expenditures that have already occurred. And then as far as technical assistance, the code says that the district is required to support the CBOC administratively by providing space for meetings, or if there's, you know, a remote meeting, to provide the Zoom link and so forth, arrange and posting their agendas, because they are subject to the Brown Act. The district will arrange for the visits to the district sites and facilities. They can't just say, I'm a member of the CBOC, I'm going to go, you know, on this day or on this weekend or in the middle of the night to go check out this facility. It all has to be arranged by the district. And also the district can answer questions and provide ongoing information about the construction. We mentioned these annual financial audits and performance audits. So this is also required by the code. They may be paid from bond proceeds and must be provided to the CBOC at the same time as they're provided to the governing board. And then there's some time frames there. It's similar to your financial audits. And then the financial and performance audits of the bonds should also be posted on the district's website. You know, all of this goes to transparency. Your voters trusted you with their taxpayer dollars for Measure P. They voted yes to support you for Measure PCC. So you want all this information to be available, readily available to the public on your website and so forth, so that they could see what you're spending your bond dollars on. So Proposition 39 requires that a CBOC include no less than 7 members. It's my understanding that the district may have an additional members appointed at large by each of you, but these are the required categories. So there has to be an active member of a senior citizens organization, active member of a bona fide taxpayers association, someone who's active in a business organization representing the business community who pays taxes in the district, for a community college district, an enrolled student who's also active in one of the college groups, such as student government, a person active in the district's foundation or advisory council, and then all other members may be simply those who are interested in the district and its bond construction program, or at-large members. And you can see the reasoning behind this, right? Like, for example, the seniors organization, typically the seniors are on a fixed income, you know, so they want to ensure that the bond dollars are spent appropriately. Same with a business organization, taxpayer organization, and so forth. So the committee may not include current employees of the district, nor any person who's a vendor, contractor, or consultant to the district. So I may not be a member of your CBOC. It's also recommended that immediate family members of those also be excluded from potential membership. There's information here regarding financial interest and incompatible activities. We just want to make sure there are no conflicts or ethical. You know, you can't have a contractor or a construction manager or, you know, of a competitor coming to your CBOC meetings and then saying, well, they're doing a horrible job because they want the gig instead. So some members also fill out those Form 1090 forms regarding any financial interests at the district. Your CBOC, like you, are subject to the Brown Act or the Sunshine Laws. So they set their own meeting schedule, but again, shall meet no less frequently than once each year, because remember, they have to provide and prepare that annual report with the district's help. The bylaws and the administrative procedures of the CBOC can govern the frequency. So if the members want to meet more frequently, that's fine, but they should follow their bylaws. Any additional meetings may be called as necessary. So if you're really active with your bond expenditures, then they may have a need for more meetings. If you haven't done anything yet, then less frequently. And again, all meetings are subject to the Brown Act. And that's just, again, this is part of the orientation that I would provide to them. We recommend that the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee members receive a binder that include excerpts of like the Brown Act, how it applies to them. You know, they may not be allowed to have closed sessions because there are very narrow exceptions for that don't really apply to their duties as CBOC members. But we recommend that they have a binder that has the project lists, contact information for district members and whoever they elect as chair, a copy of their bylaws, and again, an excerpt about Brown Act requirements. To take any action, there must be a quorum of the CBOC members in attendance. If the quorum is not present, they may still receive information from the district, and then district staff should ensure that they circulate those materials to those who are unable to attend. There's just a little bit more on the Brown Act here regarding telephonic participation and, you know, with COVID orders and so forth, if they do a remote meeting. Members may resign at any time. The governing board is obligated to at least keep the committee fully staffed with at least that, you know, statutory 7 members. And if a member of a mandatory category, such as senior citizen representative, resigns, a new member in that same category must be found. If there's a member that, for example, doesn't show up to any of the meetings, then their time on the COC can be terminated. So we took a look at the bylaws that the district had in place for the prior bond measure, and they checked all the boxes of the requirements in that the bylaws show the purpose, they comply with Proposition 39 requirements, subject to Brown Act, the duties of the CBOC, that is to inform the public, review the expenditures, provide an annual report, their authorized activities, the terms of the membership, their qualifications, conflict of interest, the meeting requirements, and district support. And then these are just some of the best practices. You know, there are sort of national and statewide best practices organizations. They want to ensure that the bond information and the CBOC information is readily available on the district website, that notice is provided to inform the public of CBOC vacancies, agendas, minutes, meeting dates, and so forth, that the criteria is posted, what the eligibility requirements are, you know, the regular meetings, appointments are made at regularly scheduled board meetings so that the public can be made aware of who's being appointed. The application process, you know, we want to ensure that there's sort of a standard application form. Usually that entails, you know, providing a resume or a CV, a letter, or just a paragraph as to why they would like to be a member and whether they fit into one of those particular categories. If they have any expertise, whether that's in accounting, construction, architecture, engineering, law, education, that would be helpful so that whoever is selecting, whether it's your facility subcommittee or members of the board, that they can help differentiate, particularly if there are, you know, 2 or more applicants for one particular category. And then we want to ensure that they have their comprehensive orientation so that each of the members know what their duties are and what they are not, and, you know, how they can receive district support if needed. And then that member handbook that we talked about, that would have their bylaws, their resolutions, their project lists, their minutes, their excerpt of the Brown Act. And again, the whole purpose of the Citizens Oversight Committee is transparency. So we want to ensure that we provide information to the Pasadena community saying, we're receiving applications, this is what we're up to, this is how we've spent taxpayer dollars, we're being good stewards with your dollars and helping reconstruct, renovate, and improve the facilities here at Pasadena City College. So that's the end of the study session, but if you have any questions, I'm welcome to entertain them.
Questions? Thank you so much for that presentation. Trustee Silver?
So what is the mechanism of nominating somebody to be on the Oversight Commission?
So again, each board member may nominate however many, I think there's one per trustee area. But if you have other nominations, again, it's recommended that you open it up to the public, perhaps send a press release out, receive applications. But I think some districts, to be honest, have some difficulty finding members. So if each of you are able to obtain certain applications, that would be helpful. And I'll defer to Candace if there's anything in particular.
Yeah, I think the thought process is we'll start building the application for review. So as we get it posted on our website, that the whole intention of waiting to certify the election until January is one, so we had a good understanding of how we would approach the project, so we didn't lose any time in that 60 days. Also, with the holidays coming, it's just a challenge to get anything to happen in December, so we thought January would be a great time. What we're going to do between now and the next board meeting, we can present some recommendations at the Facilities Board Subcommittee in terms of what the application looks like, so that could be reviewed there and then make a recommendation so that they could share that recommendation to the board at the January meeting. The thought process in terms of soliciting some feedback or applications in the community would be, we would post in our local newspapers. We also would have our website updated and ready to go by that January meeting, so we again have more time. We would ask our trustees, there's a lot of touch points that you all have, not only within your areas, but other areas that we may be able to suggest folks and funnel people to the right application process. So to answer your question, folks can be nominated. We would ask that we try to use the same process. So as you're nominating, you could use that same application piece so that as the board is making a decision, the information is sort of uniform and you could have sort of apples to apples comparison as you're working through those applications.
Trustee Wang, and then Trustee Kwon.
Was it a follow-up, Trustee Silver, or?
Do you have a new
Go
question?
ahead.
Okay. I have two questions. The first question is, are CBOC or COC, whatever we're calling it, members, are they compensated for their time?
They are not.
They
It's
are not, okay.
voluntary.
And then my second part of that is, how is the committee itself established? Is it by a motion and a resolution? How's the actual creation of the body?
Yeah, so this board would appoint the members, at the meeting, at least within 60 days. It could be by resolution.
Okay, so like the resolution would also actually create the committee itself
It would
and
name
then appoint.
and name the members.
Thank you.
Trustee Kwon?
So if the committee has a concern about an expenditure, if they see something that is unlawful, doesn't comport with the law, are they making the recommendation in a report to us on a periodic basis? And would that go to the Facilities Committee, which would then make a recommendation to the board, or does that go directly to the board for investigating and resolving the concern?
Well, it depends on what the district's bylaws and protocol is, but ultimately, they would need to raise that with the board, whether it's through the facilities subcommittee or directly to the board.
Okay, thank you.
They could have periodic updates to the board, or they could just have that annual report. Obviously, if they see something, they would probably want to raise it sooner rather than wait for the annual report.
Well, my concern is if it's annual, the money was spent.
Well, they're reviewing typically as the money was already spent. I mean, if there are plans that they're reviewing, then, they can raise that issue. There will be members of district staff at each of their meetings and minutes taken.
Okay.
Trustee Silver?
Okay. Can other trustees disallow a trustee's nominee?
Well, again, it depends on the rubric provided by the facilities subcommittee as to the selection process and, how best to go about selecting members of the CBOC. The law just requires that those 5 categories are met, and, the district's bylaw, the COC bylaws and the district's rubric for how to decide which applicants to accept will govern who is selected ultimately.
Trustee Martin?
So the way this has functionally worked in the past is the trustees have all made their nominations for their area, and I'm not sure, but usually a subcommittee of the board works on the other general categories of taxpayer and names come forward, and then the entire list is presented to the whole board, and you need 4 votes, or you could amend it if there's somebody you want to exclude or something like that, or see alternatives. That's the way that process has worked. Having attended many of these through my time, I would say that the primary focus of the committee is that what the district is spending money on matches the specificity that was present in the bond statement that the voters approved. So they, as mentioned, there is a fiscal audit at the end. Usually the committee is not into the granular detail of every purchase order and all that kind of thing. That would be left, in the past at least, to the fiscal audit to do a complete audit and review. But what the committee is focused on, it's in its meetings, is that the projects that are being selected and the expenditures in general on those projects match the description of what the voters approved. And for that matter, here at PCC, for our committee, we've gone so far that at every meeting, on every agenda, the voter statement that was approved is on agenda for all to see during the meeting, that this is exactly word for word what the voters approved, so they know that the things that they're discussing, the context here is this project and are these expenses matching that description? They're the interpreters of matching that description. So that's the way it's more or less played out for us in the past, not that that requires it to be the same going forward, but it has worked really well for us in the past.
There was a copy of the administrative procedures that govern or that we had used. It was built based on the Measure P bylaws previously, and it was attached to the board agenda. And so that piece, if there are places where we want to make modifications, as long as they're not against code, we can make those pieces based on recommendation. One idea that the board may want to consider is using the board's facilities subcommittee as a venue to make the recommendations on what the rubric on those specified positions are members, and then each of the board members, currently on the bylaws, it says will appoint a member within their area district.
Trustee Wayne?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation again, by the way. I know that you said that the committee sets its own meeting schedule. Is there, maybe Trustee Martin would know, is there a recommendation, or in the past, how often has this body met? And, of course, outside of the required annual report, how often are they typically meeting and things like that?
I would defer first to Trustee Martin, maybe, just in terms of the
Well,
past, and
okay,
then we
so
can move.
I'm going to defer to my memory, which is usually scary. I think they quarterly. I think they met quarterly.
I believe that's right.
Quarterly is common for those very active and with billion-dollar bond programs. They might meet monthly. But that may be too much. They may not have enough, It's like Brewster's Millions. Has the district spent that much money that it would change so drastically month to month? So I think quarterly is about average. How many other districts' COC committees are meeting?
Thank you.
I have a question around the selection, and I think that's what some of my colleagues are asking too. The selection is different than appointment, right? Because you have to be selected first, then to be appointed. So let's say there are 60 applicants who are interested in the 7 openings that we have. How do we get the 60 down to 7 to recommend? And do you recommend the 7 as a slate, or do you do individual appointments based on the selection?
So these are outside of the categories, outside of the required categories?
No,
Is that-
they sit within the category. So five. I'm sorry, 5.
Yeah,
So the
they're
7 that are nominated by the trustees, that's pretty much based on each trustee's area and their network, who they know, as well as folks that may be interested in applying within that district. The 5 that do not get nominated by the trustees, what is the selection process for those 5 beyond the fact that they meet the criteria?
I mean, again, it could be, as with any application process, you would look at maybe if there's a particular area of expertise, maybe they check a couple of those boxes. Maybe you're having difficulty finding one particular category and there are numerous applicants that, fit into the other. So then you would take a look, or your subcommittee would take a look and say, what are their connections to the college? What was their statement as to why they wanted to assist as a COC member? Do they have particular area of expertise? Is it representative? Is that individual representative of the community? Do we have representation that reflects our college community, and so forth?
So one other piece that I would say, just to add on top of that, would be, it's really the board with the bylaws decision on how they want to go about selection. One recommendation that I would make is that the district could come up with a quick rubric that we've seen used elsewhere, and then share that with a subcommittee. The recommendation could be using the board facilities subcommittee to review that rubric, as well as the application that we're actually going to post on our website, to make sure that that's going to give us the information in order to sort of score the application. Something super simple, similar to what Ann is describing. We can give extra points for special expertise. You can give a certain amount of points for years in the community, things of that nature. So we can come up with something that is fairly straightforward for that committee to at least review, and then bring to the larger board, here's the recommendation based on the rubric.
Trustee Gibson?
Yes, and again, thank you very much for the presentation and the supporting information. I've heard the term a couple of times, a committee, a subcommittee, and it's in writing as well as being mentioned today. And I think that's, makes sense to follow that pattern, to have a committee, a subcommittee, that reviews those 5 and uses past experience and rubrics to judge from the application. So that makes sense to me.
Okay, one last question. Trustee Martin?
Well, it's a suggestion. I can't say that this happened in the past because I don't really remember, but for these 5 committees, I think we should have some general level of advertisement so the community knows these positions are available and can be, people that want to apply can get forwarded into the right bucket, shall we say, of fitting these 12 slots. Beyond that, again, my poor recollection would be that if we reach out to various senior organizations in the district, they may of themselves, within their own group, come up with a nominee that they would like to put forward. There's probably more senior organizations than there are bona fide taxpayer organizations. So, usually if we reach out to Howard Jarvis and any other taxpayer organization that we don't know of and put forward, we're looking for this, they help us by automatically kind of within their organization searching through and finding somebody that can gravitate to the top. And then similarly for all the others, working with our own student ASB president to work through the student organization. And the other thing I'll say, if memory serves me, is they only serve for, I think, a 2-year term, I think it is, historically.
The bylaws say 2 years. They could serve up to 3
Yeah,
consecutive
so,
terms.
It's amazing. It seems like you spend almost as much time shaking the bushes trying to find the right person as the amount of time that they have on their tenure before you're shaking the bush again to get the next one. So in many cases, I would just say to the community and to all of us that are selecting this, if it comes down to, 2 really good candidates, you might pick one now and you're going to turn around and you could be easily back to picking the other one, and it's good to have a backup because things happen. So, I know from my limited experience, and again, things could be totally different, but there's it's a lot of work to find people to get their name into the ring. It's not like you're selecting from 60. You're shaking bushes hoping that you can get a few to come down and volunteer to do this, and attend these meetings. So it's been my experience that it's a little more on that side. So that's where I would recommend that we reach out to some of the natural organizations, put out the community notice, and if we're missing a taxpayer organization or a senior group and they'd like to be involved, thank you, more power to you. Get your group together, give us a nominee from your group. We really look forward to that.
Thank you. This is a wonderful opportunity for the district to engage with all areas of the district, right? There are 7 areas, and this is certainly a way for us to reach out to community organizations, community members, and it can be part of our community engagement plan. So thank you very much. And we will be hearing them from the district staff on some of the recommendations, and it sounds like the next steps would be to have this be entertained in the facilities committee, at the subcommittee.
Yeah. Madam Chairman, let me exceed the limit and ask one more quick question. I don't see it here. Are the members of the CBOC required to live in the district?
So the statute does not require that per se. There is a member in the business organization, so they could live outside of the district but have a business that pays taxes within the district, for example. There could be a student who lives outside of the district who's active in the organization. Also, someone maybe perhaps used to live here, helps with the foundation, but does not live within the district. So obviously you want you don't want someone to raise an alarm and saying, all of your members don't even pay taxes within the district. So you want to keep that in mind and have a balance.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming here today, and thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Now we have public comments on closed session agenda items.
There are no comments.
There are no okay. Before we recess to closed session, I'm going to read the closed session agenda items. 1, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Assistant Dean, Northwest, Chief Financial Services Officer, and Pathways FYE Coordinator. 2, Governance Code 54956.95, Liability Claims, Workers' Compensation Claims, Claim Number 510554, Claim Number 583034, Claim Number 591980, and Claim Number 587730. Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative Robert S. Belinsky, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Human Services. Item number 4, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Employment, Superintendent President. 5, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Superintendent President. 6, Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator Irma Rodriguez Moisa, Paul McLaughlin, Unrepresented Employee Superintendent President.
Thank you.
days. I hope your holidays is off to a great start. I would like to call this meeting to order. There's no reporting, okay, let me just, this catching up. Okay, report of action in closed session. There's no action reported in closed session. Roll call?
Trustee Chen Lau,
Here.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here?
Trustee Martin,
Here.
Trustee Osterling,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Wang,
Here.
Student Trustee Chan.
Here. Great. Now we have the land acknowledgement. Simone, Trustee Chen, would you read the land acknowledgement, please? Thank you.
Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homeland of people who have been known as the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians of the Shishikwanga Village and Quiche Nation. Tonight we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. We also honor the legacy of African diaspora and recognize that the United States as we know it was built at the often fatal expense of forcefully enslaved Black people. We are indebted to their labor and the labor of many Black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows of our collective benefit. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to raise awareness about histories that are too often erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in the history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systematic change, and anti-racism.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance. May I invite the women's basketball coach and the track and field coach to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Joe. Resolution number 747, authorizing remote teleconference meetings of the Board of Trustees, its regular committees, and other college bodies as required by the Ralph M. Brown Act.
Motion to approve?
There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? None. No abstentions. Okay. Approval of and reordering of agenda items.
I have two suggested changes. One is to move item J4, which is our presentation of the audit, to C12, so it would go directly after board committees reporting out. And I also want to note that E1 should, which is the consent calendar, should read G.1-H.19 instead of 17. We had some software glitches and a couple of things moved around. So again, that's G1 through H19 instead of H17.
Do I have a motion?
I'll
So
move.
moved. Oh,
I'll move.
second.
And Madam Chairman, also, we have item J1 on the agenda, and if I could, I'd like to report out on the Facilities Subcommittee rather than item 11, if I could hold off and do that as part of J1.
Okay. Do we need a vote on that?
I think you can do that. You can
Okay.
reorder the committee.
You may,
reporting out.
Jim.
Thank you.
Trustee
All right.
Osmond.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll handle it then.
Introduction and recognitions.
We do not have anyone.
This item 8, passing of former trustee, Roger Gertmanian.
And I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Martin.
Thank you. I'm sad to report that we have lost recently former trustee Roger Germanian. And I asked that this be placed at this spot on agenda because Roger served this district for numerous terms. I don't really know how many, because he was on the board when I first became elected. Obviously, the Germanian family has been a big part of our community for a really long time. And Roger, for many years, was a big part of Pasadena City College, serving as a trustee for the local area here, District 4, as we know it now. But of particular importance to me was when I first was elected to this board at the ripe age of 23, Roger, before there was a formal mentoring process, really took me under his wings and acted as a mentor for me, became both a friend in addition to being a mentor and a role model for me on the board. And so it's just kind of a heavy heart to announce, obviously, his passing, but appreciate the fact that the college will have a moment of silence at the end of this meeting in memory of who I think was a tremendous trustee, Mr. Roger Germanian.
Thank you.
And I think Roger's wife and sister are actually here with us today. So thank you for coming out. And he loved PCC, and we, and I in particular, I think I'm the only one left, loved him. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Public comment on non-agenda items.
Madam Chair, we do have a number of comments. Each speaker will have 3 minutes at the podium. The first speaker will be Ms. Shaganaka. You may begin whenever you.
All right, good morning. So, during the past week, and then PCC has been offering students with some free lunch, hot meal programs. And then that's really, really great example of student service right there. And I actually saw Vice President Jones in those cafeteria in one occasion. And then when you see, the line, all the way go outside of the building, then you know you are doing something great. Then you know that students are enjoying this free meal. So hopefully this is a really great start of a great evolution of student service, and hopefully this is not the end. Hopefully this is the beginning of it. Second is that I took so many exercise classes. This semester, the self-defense, the futsal, and many other exercise courses this semester. And then I realized that PCC did not pay too much attention in student fitness or maybe student physical performance, instead of just PCC in our board agenda or either in the presentation. I see that almost every meeting people are talking about students transfer rate, how many people, the success rate, and then so many students, completed the PCC and continue their education, higher education. But I feel that PCC is missing one part on the student fitness center. And then right now, and I believe that PCC currently do not have any. And then I actually looked up on several other community colleges and universities. They actually, for example, Cal State LA, that's the one very close to us. They actually have an open gym or maybe open fitness center. So for the students who do not have the luxury schedule that allows them to take an exercise courses, they actually can sign a liability waiver, so that will prevent the liability issue from the school side. And then they can actually go to the open gym during certain open gym hours, so they can work out freely on their own, So whenever they have time. So I believe that student success is not only about academic success, but it's also believe is students' health development and then fitness development. So not only just study, working in the library all day long. Using myself as an example, before the pandemic, I gained probably like 40 pounds, and then after 2 semesters of the workout courses, the training courses, I lost approximately 18 pounds so far. So not only, but I am just lucky.
Your time is expired,
Fortunate.
Mr. Aganaka.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Bill Rocky Moore.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Trustees, President Andrew Jonas, deans, faculty, and guests. My name is Bill Rocky Moore. I would like to ask the members of the Kinesiology Division to please stand as I represent the members of the faculty and myself with the following statement of no confidence in our Dean, Dion Miller. Among the kinesiology faculty present here today, they represent 478 years of experience in teaching and coaching. In other words, that is more than 4.5 centuries of teaching and coaching experience. The average age is 60 years old. This faculty is knowledgeable of what a collegial culture is, what an enriched environment is that facilitates the productive learning and teaching of our Lancers. The Pasadena City College Kinesiology Division has had a rich history of accomplishments and relationships among faculty, students, and can claim the likes of Jackie Robinson, Harvey Hyde, and Coach Myron Tarkanian. They were great because their leadership promoted and facilitated their greatness. Today, the Kinesiology Division is in a state of disrepair and is eroding under the leadership of Dean Dion Miller for the following reasons. Dean Miller facilitates divisiveness and disunity in the division where good, productive, and collegial relations used to exist. Dean Miller arbitrarily ignored longtime faculty and their request. Dean Miller favors only those faculty who respond to her with their agreement. Dean Miller publicly disrespects, disparages, and embarrasses members of the faculty in faculty meetings. Dean Miller rarely advocates for the needs of the kinesiology division or faculty. Dean Miller is instigating chaos among faculty and has eroded the greatness of the kinesiology division. Colin Powell said, "Leadership is solving problems. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help or concluded that you do not care. Either cases is a failure of leadership." End of quote. This is precisely why we come up to you, the Board of Trustees and President Andrew Jonas. Dean Miller is deaf to our concerns. We want a remedy. Failing to help us is ratifying Dean Miller's behavior. Our KH&A division respectfully submit this vote of no confidence in the leadership of Division Dean Miller. The last 6 years of Dean Miller's service has been marked by dereliction of duty in maintaining the quality and standards of the kinesiology division, its reputation of professional and ethical workplace. Dean Miller has repeatedly violated the enshrined principles of shared governance and failed to respond to the issues of moral rectitude in her job performance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your time has expired.
And I'd like to say or add, you have the rest and document it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Grace Apiafi.
Thank you. Since you have the rights that has been handed to you, I don't have to finish reading this because he already read part of it. But thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eloy Zarate.
Yikes. Okay. My warmest holiday greetings to the Board of Trustees, Dr. Andrew Jonas, and the entire PCC community. My name is Eloy Zarate, professor since 2001 here at PCC. I am currently serving as the college, for the college, faculty chair of dual enrollment, PCC, Rosemead, and the social sciences, along with serving as a chair of the history department. Yes, it always amazes me when they choose to give me responsibilities. Thank you very much. I initially was coming tonight to update the board on a community project that PCC and I have been working on for over a decade and a half. But before that, I want to comment on the hiring of Orane Wanari as Assistant Dean of PCC Northwest. I'd like to welcome Orane to the dual enrollment team. Dual enrollment is growing dramatically, and filling this position will help us tremendously. If all goes well in the next couple of weeks, as Trustee Wang knows, we could be adding 2 more high schools very soon. Exciting times, lots of work. My initial motivation to speak tonight is to update the board on my nonprofit volunteer organization, Friends of La Laguna. Park preservationist with the mission to preserve and restore the playground of Benjamin Dominguez. For the past 17 years, this has been the center of my community work. In 2006, PCC students successfully stopped the demolition of La Laguna Playground in my hometown of San Gabriel. During my sabbatical project in 2015, I successfully wrote the nomination of the playground to the National Register of Historic Places. Even had to change the law because design playgrounds were never thought to be historically significant. In 17 years, we have raised over $800,000 for the restoration of the park. PCC Foundation has even contributed to our mission and is listed on our board of donors. However, nothing comes close to the $200,000 we were awarded this past year by Assemblyman Mike Fong. I met Assembly Fong at a fundraiser in San Gabriel where I had the pleasure to meet Trustee Silver and at that point, candidate Wang. Mr. Fong was saying there were 2 great community college instructors there. I looked around and he was referring to my wife and I. And at that moment, I was face to face with a trustee talking about the positives and negatives of online education. Always a position a faculty wants to be in at a party. But the contact with Assembly Fong would bring the strongest advocate Friends of La Laguna has ever had at this point, and that is Dr. Andrew Jonas. This funding is directly tied to her advocacy and support of my efforts in the community. She made calls, communicated the value of the park and the community in her trust in my work and PCC's mission. I'm here to thank Dr. Andrew Jonas and the board for making it possible to take our work and PCC's mission to the community. That work is not always recognized, but is vital to our success. The funds will complete the capital restoration of the project. The award is a little less than what we needed, but Friends of La Laguna will financially pledge, and Senya and I will fund no less than 3 stipend internships for PCC students to learn about preservation and how the restoration projects can get accomplished. That's really...
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Okay. I just had a sentence left, but anyway. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Our next and final speaker is Dr. Bernardo.
Good evening to the Board of Trustees. As we all wind down before Christmas, let us think, as we do every year, of those who are less fortunate than we are. Every year, good and kind people all over the United States are asked to reach into their pockets and give what they are able to give to those with less. However, before we go into the break, there are some things I would like to point out which need addressing as soon as we come back. The less fortunate among us here does not include President Andrew Jonas. Since the 2 votes of no confidence passed quite easily among the academic senate and the full-time faculty 7 months ago, she has received approximately $204,166 of taxpayer money. That is quite a hefty salary doing a job for which most of the faculty do not approve of her performance. The less fortunate among us here does include adjunct faculty of PCC and around California who are still some of the poorest holders of doctorates and master's degrees in the world. I exhort the Board of Trustees to direct the administration under President Andrew Jonas to offer, without being asked by whatever union wins, pay parity to adjuncts, as California law says should be happening even now. Stipends for committee work would encourage our adjunct faculty to participate more in the shared governance of the college, which it is also in California law, mandating that colleges do not leave us out of these important duties. This insists in violation of California law that adjunct faculty work just as hard as full-time faculty with fewer rights and less ability to give input on things that affect all of us every day. Adjunct faculty should be given voting rights on resolutions and policies the same as full-time faculty. Lastly, in moving toward a liberatory educational environment, which it was declared that PCC wants to do, we should also be moving toward a liberatory workplace and professional environment where BIPOC and underrepresented groups are not discriminated against, where deans and administration do not threaten and intimidate and undercut the faculty without whom they would have no students and no jobs. While President Andrew Jonas travels to her winter cabin in some elitist skiing state far away, the faculty of PCC will still be here, underpaid, underappreciated, and undervalued. Think about the charity you are asked to give to every year around this time. Now think about what you can do to provide for the people of this community, the faculty. You have $650 million more than you had last time I addressed you. However, a change in attitude does not cost you anything. It simply needs the board's moral and ethical fortitude to require that the president and the administration, which works for the board, not the other way around, make it happen. I believe the new members of the Board of Trustees have it. It remains to be seen whether the others do as well. Happy holidays.
That concludes public comment.
Approval of minutes for regular business meeting.
I move for the approval of the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No abstentions? Okay. Board committees reporting out. Trustee Osterling?
Yeah, as previously stated, I'll report out after the presentation on item J1. Thank you.
Trustee Martin?
Well, the budget and audit met and has recommended the audit that's on our desk, and I think there's going to be a presentation from our auditors later, so I will defer to him.
Okay, great, thank you. Combined consent calendar.
Actually, we have item C12, and that's the audit presentation.
Let's have the audit presentation now.
And Jesse Wang will be doing the introduction.
By the way, congratulations, Jesse, on your new appointment.
Hey. Thank you very much, trustees. My name is Jessie Wang. I'm your newly appointed Chief Fiscal Officer. So I'd like to introduce our audit partner, Rick Alonzo, from the firm iBailey. Rick has been with us for a number of years, conducting the financial and performance audit for us, and great partnership. And so I'm going to hand it over to Rick.
Thanks, Jesse. Good evening, everyone. At this time, I'll give a recap of the audit report. As auditors, the scope of our audit is to render 3 opinions. We give an opinion on the financial statements. In addition to that, we give an opinion on federal awards. And the last opinion we give is on state compliance. Each year, the State Chancellor's Office will give us a laundry list of items which they would like us to test, and we give an opinion on that. When you look at the report itself, the one thing you're going to notice, it's a very large report. There's a lot of information in there. Basically, the report is broken out into 5 major categories. The first category is the independent auditor's opinion, which is basically coming from us as the auditors. In addition, you'll have the management discussion and analysis, which I think is a really good area to go to start to read. It's prepared entirely by management, and it gives an update of basically the current year financial information compared to the prior year financial information. The district here does a really good job of preparing that management discussion analysis, so I really recommend that everyone reads that. The next major area is the financial statements, which is basically the numbers of the district, which as auditors we come in and audit those numbers. Then you'll have the notes to the financial statements, which give detail to the financial statements. So usually if there's a particular number on the financial statements which you'd like to get detail for, you can turn to the notes to the financial statements. And lastly, it's the finding and recommendations, which I know a lot of the board members like to go to first to see what findings that the auditors have had. The one page I do like to go over is page 102. It's basically the district's report card for the audit. Within that page, we list the 3 major opinions that we do give. For financial statements, the district received an unmodified opinion. So the district's financial statements were fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Now, majority of the districts will receive unmodified opinions because when auditors come in, they look at the financial statement numbers, and if they discover errors in the numbers, they give management what we call audit adjustments. If management accepts those audit adjustments, then you'll also receive an unmodified opinion. This district received an unmodified opinion without any audit adjustments. So we didn't see any errors in the financial statements. For federal awards, the district also received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all the federal compliance requirements which were required to test. And lastly, for state compliance, the district also received an unmodified opinion, which states that the district met all the state compliance requirements which the Chancellor's Office wanted us to test. So just to recap, the district received all clean opinions on their financial statements and federal and state compliance areas. And then starting on page 103 are the findings and recommendations. And if you turn to those pages, you'll see that they're blank. So auditors have a perception of being negative, and there's a good reason why. We're not allowed to give positive assurance. Auditors are only allowed to give negative assurance. So we're only allowed to say bad things. We're never allowed to say good things. So when you see a blank page from an auditor, that's a really good sign. So just to recap, the district received all clean opinions. We had no findings or recommendations. And if you remember right, we had a prior year finding. Last year we had a finding in state compliance, and I'm happy to say that this fiscal year the district has cleaned it up, and now that finding has been implemented by the district. Lastly, we issue a separate letter, and basically it's a letter to those charged with governance. Within that letter, we need to let the board know if we had any difficulties encountered during the course of the audit, any disagreements with management. I'm happy to say we didn't have any of those issues. When we come out, the district is always very professional. They give us our information in a timely manner, which as auditors really appreciate that. And for this year was a very tough in general for us as auditors. It seemed like a lot of the districts didn't give us our information in a timely manner. So we're very happy to say that this district gave us our information in a timely manner. We're able to submit the report to the Chancellor's Office by the deadline, so we really appreciate that. So just to recap, it was a very clean audit. We had no findings or recommendations, and at this time I can answer any questions that anyone might have with the audit report.
Well, I should not have a question because we sat through a long meeting. But I'm going to ask a question that I hope will bring some light, because I know you'll explain it better than I could to my fellow board members. So in general, the purpose of the audit is to make a financial statement of the district and to validate, to the extent possible, that the numbers are correct. And there's some reasonable level. You didn't do a thorough internal control assessment, but there's some reasonable level of internal control that goes on there, and we got flying colors. So
Yep.
kudos to our staff on all that.
You're exactly right. We review the internal control structure in order to us to plan the financial statement audit. And if we had any concerns within that, our testing and internal controls, we would have included it in the finding and recommendations, which we did not have any this year.
So the second opinion, the second reason you might use the audit is to ask yourself, so how is the college's financial health? How are we doing? How did the last year go? And that shows up on page 15 in our statement of financial position, and also in the report right after that, the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. Now, what I learned this year was that in some ways, though the numbers in this report are correct, and it was a very good year, it was a reasonable year, the numbers that we're actually looking at, though reasonable and correct, from one perspective might be a little bit distorted. And I say that because there are two numbers in particular that I don't quite understand all the legalism behind, but I get the gist of it. And those two numbers are on page 15. And Rick, you can see where I'm going with
Yep,
this, to
absolutely.
our inflow, outflow related to STRS and PERS.
Sure.
So there's two numbers on this page that are both related to the totality of all our pension obligations. It includes more than STRS and PERS, but STRS and PERS are the larger numbers here. And those two numbers are about a third of the way down, where there is a total deferred outflows of resources of 42 million. And then about 3/4 of the way down, a total deferred inflow of resources of 78 million. Now, I can look at that and see that the outflow section, no matter what the verbiage, is in the asset column, and therefore it's a good thing, because I know assets are good things. And I can look further down and see that the inflow section, no matter what the verbiage, is in the liability section, and I know enough to know that liability in general are bad things, where we owe something. So in one place we have something that's of value, and in the place down below we have an obligation where we owe somebody else. And we can quickly do the math that the 42 and the 78 leave a gap of someplace around 36 million. So to my simple way of thinking, and you can correct me, but to my simple way of thinking, our unfunded obligation is about 36, still remains to be about $36 million. We're obviously not alone in the state of California with that obligation. What I didn't realize until this year is that in our statement of changes in net asset or revenue and expenses, it shows this monstrous positive gain. And thanks to our auditors, they were able to explain to me that though we have a negative obligation of 36 million on this page, because of unrealized gains and positions the state, CalPERS and STRS and other organizations hold in financial markets, that 36 million actually was a positive, was better than it was the year before by almost, I can't remember the number, but about $40 million.
I think you're right, yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is a year ago we owed $76 million net in these obligations. And this year, because the state had a banner year ending, or better year ending on
Yeah, so
June
basically
30.
what happens is that liability is determined by an actuarial report from the state. And basically, from that information, the district's proportionate share will be included on the financial statements. Keep in mind, the actuarial study, when the district or when the state looks at basically the assets in the PERS and STRS that they currently have, the measurement date is basically 1 year before June 30th, 2022. So when you looked at the assets of the plan, they were actually really good in 2021. So that's the result of why that liability decreased. But what's going to happen in 2022, as we all know, if you looked at your 401ks, you have huge unrealized loss. So next year, what you're going to see is actually the liability go back up. So even though, yeah, it's great that when you look at the change in net assets was a $40 million increase, next year what's going to happen is a liability for the PERS and STRS liability, the district's proportionate share, is probably going to go back up to a kind of similar to where it was in the prior year.
And we may see a $40 million loss.
Correct.
Or something.
Yep. Possibly, yeah.
So in some ways, that's why I say the bottom line number somewhat is distorted because it's a little bit out of our control based on the state of California and even the financial condition of markets and other things in this country.
Those numbers are very sensitive. So that's why if you look into the financial statements, we kind of show, okay, if the discount rate or investment rate of return was this percentage, the liability would be this. If it goes down to this percentage, the liability would be this. It's just because of the fact that these numbers are so sensitive because they're based on estimates and future estimates. You know, obviously they're basically looking at it from the current employees and the retired employees and what those payouts are going to be in the future years to determine what that liability is.
So next year, if you see a very large number on the bottom line, we need to show understanding to Candace and the whole finance team that they weren't. They're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, not even an adjustment. You know, kudos to every part of the organization there, but there are some things that they don't control that show up in this audit. And so I thought it's best to report these things when they're good than rather to try to explain them when they're bad.
That's a good point. Really good question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Jesse, and thank you for
Thank
your
you. You guys have a
report.
great rest of the meeting, and I appreciate you guys moving me up on the agenda so much.
Well, you're not an attorney and you don't charge by the hour, so we were happy to move you.
You guys have a great holiday.
Okay. Okay.
Can I make a motion to receive?
We need a motion to,
Yeah.
motion to receive the audit?
Second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Now we have approved as consent calendar items G1 through H17. Any questions?
19.
Oh, H.
19. Yeah, it was said 17, that's the correction I made to the agenda at the beginning.
H19.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No abstentions. Okay. Next.
Here we go.
Approve personnel consent calendar, I2, I4.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No abstentions.
And I'd like to take the opportunity, you all just approved our new Assistant Dean of PCC Northwest, and she's here. Orane Nawari. And our Dean of Dual Enrollment, Raquel, is going to introduce her.
Thank you, thank you. I am a dean here at PCC, Raquel Torres-Retana. I work with PCC Rosemead. I've met some of you, trustee members, executive cabinet in our community. I'm honored here to be with you to introduce our newest team member to join. This is a new position. As Professor Zarate mentioned, we're growing. Dual enrollment's growing. We have our PCC Northwest campus, and so the need to bring in a new person to join our team and help us to do this work. So I'm proud and honored to introduce to you our Assistant Dean, Ms. Orane Wanari. I want to make sure I pronounce that right. And again, it's important. She's been here at PCC for over 5 years as the director of our Upward Bound program with TRIOs. And so without further ado, I want to introduce her. Welcome.
Hey, everyone. You almost got it, Raquel. It's Wanari, but it's okay. We'll practice. Thank you all. As she mentioned, I've been here for 5.5 years with our TRIO Upper Bound programs that are actually a lot of our families are in Northwest. We're also at a few schools in El Monte and all of the PUSD schools. Prior to being here for 5 years, I was at Cal Poly Pomona in the Office of Student Life and Cultural Centers, and prior to that at UC Riverside. So even though I'm only 15, I have about 14 years of experience in higher ed. I'll be finishing my doctorate in May 2023 in ed leadership. So I'm a little bit busy, but I'm really excited about this transition, and I'm excited about the work and the potential for that emerging site. I'm really appreciative of my soon-to-be supervisor, Dr. Raquel Torres-Rentana, and as well as Dr. Ramirez, and for the superintendent president, Dr. Angejanis, for seeing fit that I can lead this new, kind of sort of new venture for PCC. So I'm excited. A lot of work, but I'm excited about it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have the actions for approval. You're up, Trustee Osterling.
Do we have a presentation coming up on item J1?
Yeah, Richard's there.
I'll report out at the end of that recommendation, or the presentation.
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
What's it say? It takes a village?
It takes a village, you're right.
While they're figuring out the technology, may I just go to number 2 and have the nomination of Simone Chan for the Association of Community College Trustees, AACT Student Trustee Advisory Committee? Is there a
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Congratulations, Simone. Thank you for being the representative to.
Oh, can you keep on rolling with number
Yeah, let's
3?
do the next item.
You got it. It's
Approve and adopt revised 2022 and 2023 and 2023 and 2024 academic calendars.
I would move to approve to add Juneteenth as an official holiday.
Second?
All those in favor?
I'm just confused. Are we approving item 5 or item 3?
3.
It's built in. It's 3.
So item 3 refers to the academic calendars because we have to note each holiday in the academic calendar and submit it to the chancellor's office in order to receive apportionment. 5, 6, and 7 are about the individual bargaining units. We also have to have it noted within our MOUs with our labor groups. Those are the two, that's the difference between those items.
Okay, but I heard a motion from Alton to approve number 3, but also with the Juneteenth holiday.
He was articulating that that's the only thing that's changing in those academic calendars is to note the addition of Juneteenth so that we can then collect apportionment.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that clarification. Have we voted yet?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
the motion is, there's a second, and we can vote now.
Sure.
Your question
You've answered my question. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'd
No
like to
abstention.
abstain.
One abstention. Receipt of fiscal year 2.
Oh, we just did.
We just did that.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Approve the, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so let me back up then. Okay, let's go with the mirror pools design recommendation.
Thank you, trustees, for your patience. This evening, Richard and I are going to tag team a report and a recommendation that we delivered to the Board Facilities Subcommittee with hopes for approval this evening. We're going to walk through two concepts. Richard is going to talk about the traditional versus a contemporary design that was planned or projected for the mirror pools. We're going to review some survey results that we did with our PCC communication, and then end with recommendation, and then shift over to Trustee Osterling. Richard, there you go.
Yes, good evening, everyone. When we started out this design project, our architect of record gave us two iterations. One we deemed a traditional design, which basically leaves the mirror pools as it currently is on the shell, but does modifications to the hardscape around it, makes it more welcoming, and kind of brings it back to the 1930 original design with the seating around the perimeter of the pools. So that's kind of our traditional design. There are a number of components as we go through the design process that can be a la carte added, lighting, and water features if so desired. But the main part of their design is to make sure that we have sustainable plantings around it, that we also have a welcoming space where there's a collaboration for students, and just kind of revitalizes the area and brings it back to a traditional or current status. As the team worked through it, they also presented another design, which we are calling a contemporary design. It was kind of an updated design. They tried to maintain some of the architectural elements that are derivative here at the college, but they added a little flair to the ends, which would be an infinity edge. This design kind of brought us into the next architectural design periods. It gave it a little bit of flair, but relatively did not change anything with what I'll call the hardscape. That's the seating, the plantings, the lighting, etc. Those components stayed constant between the two designs. So those were our two selections that we presented.
We wanted to make sure that we got some feedback from the community related to the two designs, and so we were able to send out a survey and actually go out on a shared governance tour to just deliver some information related to the two designs. We send out two different flyaway views of the area, and then hosted a survey where we collected over 200 responses. This is a brief breakdown of the responses. So we had 46% of our faculty responded of the 200, so it's of the response number. About 35% of our classified staff, 10% administrators. Our students participated in two ways. They gave feedback through our survey, but also were able to deliver feedback via our associated students' counterparts. The community, what we saw though, was pretty split between the contemporary and traditional concept. There was no clear winner. Now, there was a slight preference for the contemporary concept, but it wasn't overwhelmingly that would lead us in one direction or not, so there was a split. But what we found great support for, resounding, was additional seating. That was an idea that all of our community members thought was really great, because that area is very welcoming. It's an area you go out, you see students who are studying and talking and collaborating. Faculty and staff go into those areas. There are classes hosted in that area as well. And so making sure that that area becomes comfortable and welcoming to those who are using it. Additional lighting was also overwhelmingly a positive choice, both interior and exterior lighting, as well as some support for fountain features in the future. That was sort of a mixed bag as well, due to some of the water or sustainability questions around fountains, which then leads us to some actual, we pulled out a few community responses and quotes. What I was really appreciative, both Richard and I always, as we're looking through the data, what we always find that we're always impressed with our PCC community is they're very intent on sustainability. That is something that resoundingly, overwhelmingly, please make sure that you're making decisions around water usage and even landscape issues and things like that. And so I'm super proud to be in a community that is very focused on making sure that we're making really good decisions and that we're good stewards of our environment. Again, in these cases, thank you so much for updating and restoring whatever we decide. You know, there's a lot of excitement around this project. There was some concern, while buildings should be upgraded, you know, safety and sustainability, again, that plays through. Such upgrades should be kept with the integrity of the original design. So there's also a really strong contingent of folks who have a lot of history of Pasadena City College who want to make sure that everything that we do on campus fits together in a very cohesive fashion. And so we heard that loud and clear. And then, of course, I have to end with, I love the seating idea because, again, the community really wants to enjoy that space in a way that we're in California, they love to be outside, and there's a lot of opportunities. So lots of people want to have lunch around the pools. It would be a wonderful place to relax and enjoy the campus community. With that, there's a final recommendation that Richard is going to walk through, and then we're going to pass over to Trustee Osterling as a report out for the Facilities Subcommittee.
So from a maintenance and operations standpoint, I gave a recommendation of the traditional design, and that was based on a couple bullet points. One, which it's really just a preference. It's an architect, it maintains the architectural integrity with the adjacent buildings. Though the contemporary design did keep some of the linear aspects, we don't have a feature, you know, of the infinity edges anywhere else on campus. When we look at it from a maintenance standpoint and operation, we looked at also basically the rough order of magnitude costs to refurbish those pools, and we're looking at about a 15% decrease in construction costs and a shorter construction schedule if we maintain the traditional design. Obviously, with the modernization and going to an infinity edge, there's going to be the removal of the ends of the pools. There's going to have to be reservoirs. And so that was going to drive up costs about 15% over maintaining the traditional design. We're also looking at reduced maintenance issues and water loss due to clogs or splashing water on the recirculating ends of the infinity. And we saw that resounding sustainability undertow that they said, hey, regardless of what design we go with, they're both beautiful, but let's keep the sustainability portion here. So I'm looking at, you know, some of the water conservation from not having a continued flow and evaporation. Plus, if we do get a clog and the pumps are running, they're going to continue to flow water. And then what we looked at was decreased ownership costs. So it's kind of like the total cost of ownership on the project. What happens here is with less energy costs, because we're not recirculating pumps to get the infinity edge, chemicals, as we do recirculate water, we do get evaporation, and the chemicals do go also a lot faster. And then just basic wear and tear on the equipment. So it was this kind of things that were, from a facility standpoint, was our recommendation to stay with traditional because it looked like it was going to be a better cost benefit to the college.
Thanks. So I'm ready to report out now, and this presentation was given to a meeting of the Facilities Subcommittee, and we had a really good and thorough discussion. And in addition, we had a very thoughtful piece by architect Greg Sun. Greg is a member of the PCC Foundation Board, is an architect, has worked on the PCC campus as well as other community colleges and institutions. And those that expressed a preference for the contemporary design were not necessarily aware of the added costs and the sustainability issues. And student trustee Chan, reported out that of the two, the students really very strongly feel strongly about sustainability issues. So the recommendation of the facilities subcommittee, in attendance were Trustee Wang, Trustee Chan, and myself, and I also circled back around with Trustee Kwong, who couldn't attend the presentation. And our unanimous recommendation is to go with the recommendation of our facilities manager and go with the traditional design. Now, a couple of other things to be aware of. The seating and the lighting are not necessary for us to weigh in on at this time. The only thing that we really need to make a decision on, so we can stay on a timeline to get this done before our big century anniversary celebration, is to give direction on the design of the pool itself, and the rest of those components, we can make those decisions later. So again, that's the recommendation of our facilities, and that is the recommendation of the facilities subcommittee for consideration by the full board.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Well, for clarity, I think the motion was to accept the committee's recommendation.
Yes, that's right.
Just for the record and for clarity. Okay, so now that being stated, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, John.
Unless there's comment someone wants to.
Motion, Trustee Wang, why don't you make the motion?
Oh, motion to accept this recommendation?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? No nays. Congratulations to the committee and for the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very thorough consideration of this and the presentation to our committee and here at the board.
I wanted to just say to the committee, to our staff and the architects involved, I was just thrilled with the presentation. I'm like the community, I'm 50-50. I mean, I fought for traditional feel here, but I didn't think the Infinity one necessarily lost it. So I think they really came in with two strong, wonderful presentations that presented the timelessness and the richness of this community, and especially as our, obviously our picture front presentation to the community and the world. This is Pasadena City College. I was thrilled with that, and just to get ahead of it, because I was in the survey. I'm very fond of lighting. I know what lighting has done both for safety and for beauty. And in fact, as the one architect that designed Galloway said, we're going to make it look better at night than it does during the day, which lighting can do. So I don't know how you do it, but I know it can be done. So in general, I was very favorable towards an improvement to our lighting. And just to say it, I'll be the first one, was not impressed with fountains that took away from the traditional timelessness of the smooth, reflective waters of the Muir Pool. And I'm sure in today's world anything is possible, but it seems to be a paradox to say to add a fountain to create water movement on a reflective Muir Pool. Am I the only one that is thinking like, well, wait a minute. If we're trying to have a reflective Muir Pool, maybe moving isn't, anyway. Well, I can leave that with the technological people. But in general, I'm up on lighting and down on anything that disturbs the tranquility and the timelessness and the richness of PCC history reflected in this pool. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Martin, for your comments. Trustee
I'll be
Wang.
very quick, I promise.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Richard and Candace again for their very thorough work on this and their presentation. I think we spent a lot of time discussing this in the committee to make sure that we're making the right recommendation. And I think it's really, I just want to echo the desires of embracing and focusing on sustainability. And, I think that's why we led us to the recommendation that we did. So, I think that is a great indication of how we want to operate as a college. But thank you again to Richard and Candace.
Thank you. Now we're going to approve the Juneteenth holiday local observance MOU between Pasadena Area Community College District and the Pasadena City College California Federation of Teachers.
Motion to approve.
I was going to suggest, is it possible to cover all three memorandums in a single motion? Is that acceptable?
Is
They
it?
basically are, if I'm not mistaken, on same point, correct?
We've done that in the past.
Trustee Martin, that wouldn't be true. The first memorandum is for Juneteenth. The
6 and 7 are different.
Are different, yes.
Okay, so I stand corrected and we'll let it, right.
Just
Okay,
go for
Go ahead.
So I move to approve 5. I think somebody seconded.
Second.
Okay,
All
there we
those
go.
in favor? Aye. There's no abstentions and no nays. Okay. 6, approval of MOU between PCC District and Pasadena City College CFT.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I know Trustee Gibson, I saw that you tried to get it. Oh,
You can have
the
it,
next
Steve.
one. You'll have the next one.
No,
okay.
you can take it.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
No abstentions and no nays. Okay. 7, approve, ratify the agreement between Pasadena City College CFT and Pasadena Area Community College District effective July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Trustee Gibson, move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Silver, seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No abstentions? Okay. Information items. Enrollment presentation.
Dr. Ramirez will give this presentation.
Good evening. Okay, so today I'm going to give you a little snapshot of where we're landing with our 21-22 enrollments and where we're headed for 22-23. So the last time I was here, the board did ask for some demographic information about our students, including gender and ethnicity. So here in the first slide, we look at the total enrollment by students and where the demographics for male, female, non-binary, and or unknown, they did not state. And so you can see that 55% of our student population identifies as female, and that pretty much is consistent with four-year institutions, higher education. We have a larger population of females in school. The next one is our head count by ethnicity. And so you can see that the largest population that we service is Hispanic or Latino, Latina, Latinx. Our total student count for 21-22 was about 27,000, a little bit more than that. Traditionally, we trend above 30,000, so we're still not quite where we've been at the highest point of the institution with enrollment. And this accounts, as far as the largest ethnic group, about 45% of the student population. So before I talk about FTS and where we are trending, I wanted to give a little bit of background as to what these terms mean. So when we talk about head count, it's the number of individual students that enroll at PCC, regardless of whether they enroll only in one term, if they enroll in 2 terms, if they enroll in 5 classes one semester, no classes in the summer. Individual students, that's our head count, right? Unduplicated number of individual students that enroll in PCC for one academic year. Then we also talk about enrollments, and that's important because it gives us an idea if the number of classes that we're offering, the number of seats that are open, are meeting student need and demand. And so when we're talking about enrollments, we're talking about the number of classes each student enrolls in. So if one student enrolls in 2 classes, that's 2 enrollments. If 5 students each enroll in 1 class, that's 5 enrollments. Okay? So those first 2 terms are really counting units, right? How we get funded, though, is based on what's called a full-time equivalent student. And that's based on the number of hours of instruction equivalent to a full-time student through an academic year. So And one FTS has been around for a long time. So what it equates to is a student being enrolled for 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, for 17 and a half weeks in the fall and 17 and a half weeks in the spring. And so if we take that number, we get 525 hours, right? We are in a compressed calendar, so we don't have a 17.5-week term. Our summer and fall are accounted for a little bit differently. So what's important to note is that we have to account for all those hours based on the number of students that we have, the types of classes they enroll in, so they can enroll in a 3-unit class, a 1-unit class, a lab class, right? So for example, if one student enrolled in 15 hours per week for the year, that'd be equivalent to 1 FTS. If 5 students enroll in 3 hours of class per week, that's also 1 FTS. So it has to do with the number of hours students are engaged in the classroom, and then we talk about how we count those hours. So if there's any questions along the way, please feel free to interrupt, and/or if there's any information you want moving forward, let me know so I can include it in future reports.
So let me just say that enrollment has been on top of mind when we looked at the climate survey for the institution. So that was something that the campus was concerned about with enrollment, and certainly with this board. And so Laura is here because have been asking about enrollment numbers and how's it trending. And so she's going to be presenting at every board meeting to provide the board with an update on or enrollment numbers, FTS numbers, headcount numbers. And so I appreciate the commitment to be here on a monthly basis to ensure that the campus community, as well as the board and the community, are engaged with what we know of enrollment and will continue to be informed in that way. So thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so.
Trustee Kwan?
I have a question.
Yes.
I was always curious whether or not the FTS is affected when you have a winter session versus having that winter session after spring, after your spring semester.
You mean like a summer, whether winter or summer and how they're counted. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that because it's not that cut and dry, right? Again, the way that we schedule classes is important. The number of weeks that we schedule is important. Our intersessions are calculated separately. So, and I'm going over this in a very at a high level. If we get to individual class sections, it can get a lot more complicated when we're reporting to the Chancellor's Office how we collect apportionment. So how we collect apportionment, now that we know how we calculate an FTS, it's equivalent to 525 hours, the way that we schedule classes is really important. And so all of these mechanisms are in Title V, right? So for example, weekly student contact hour, that's one way that we calculate an FTS. And so we use that for full-term fall and spring credit courses only. So the course has to meet for the entire semester. It has to be regularly scheduled. Hence, you'll see a course that meets Monday, Wednesday from 9 to 10:25. There's a specific reason why it's 10:25 and not 10:30 or not 9:20, right? So it needs to be scheduled based on what we call a contact hour. These courses have what's called a census date. So what that means is that at the 20% mark of the course, which is Monday of the 3rd week, whoever is still enrolled in that class, we include them for the entire semester. Whether they pass, whether they stop out, whether they are successful or not, we're going to count that enrollment all the way up to the end. So we have a census date for weekly contact hours, and that's important because, number one, it makes it easier for the college to calculate and predict where we are with FTS at that point in time. Then we have what are called daily student contact hours, and those are courses that are short-term. So that would include our summer and our winter courses. They're not fall and spring. They could be fall and spring, but maybe we have an 8-week course or a 5-week course. These courses have to be regularly scheduled as well. And we have a census date for those as well, so at 20%, but instead of counting the number of total weeks that the student is there, we need to count the total number of days. So that's the main difference. And again, it's only for credit classes. Then we have what's called positive attendance or actual hours of attendance. And the main way that we collect in this way is through non-credit. So our non-credit courses, we collect attendance accounting, or we do number of hours based on the number of students that show up every single day of the class. So one of the mechanisms for non-credit is that students can show up for half the time the class meets. So if it's a 16-week class, they can show up for 8 weeks. They don't have to show up for the whole time. It's open entry, open exit. But because it's not necessarily regularly scheduled, it's open entry, it's non-credit, there's no census date. So we need to account for every hour every student is in that class. Then we have what's called alternative, and alternative takes into account weekly, daily, and positive attendance. The difference is that with alternative, that's what we primarily use for distance education. So our DE courses, we use an alternative method. They could be scheduled on a weekly, daily, or positive way of scheduling a class. We also use it for things like independent study, work experience. If we were to have an apprentice program, we'd likely use that mechanism as well. So depending on how we schedule a class, the number of hours and minutes that are associated with it, whether it's fall, spring, summer, winter, all of those things have to go into it, are factored into how we calculate the number of hours we service students. I'm not sure if that answers your question. Yes? Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
I'm still
Sure.
confused about alternative attendance. Just say that one more time.
So alternative attendance is what we use primarily for distance education courses. And in that case, because historically DE courses were what we call asynchronous, meaning there was no real-time interaction between the faculty and the student, right? A student can enroll in a DE asynchronous course and never see the faculty member during what they are expected to do during their class time. It's very independent. And so in that case, we don't use hours, we use units. So the number of units times the number of students in the class, that's how we determine the number of hours that students are attending. More recently, that changed with the pandemic, and the reason it changed is because we transitioned many of our lab classes to online education. And the way lab works is for every 3 hours of lab, you get 1 unit, versus a lecture class, which is hour to hour. And so colleges were struggling with, wait, you're not accounting for all of our hours, so we've had some changes to alternative accounting and distance education. But that's the main difference. Alternative, we use units, unless it's a lab, whereas everything else, we're using actual hours of attendance.
Thank you.
Okay, so where are we? So in this chart, what I do is I compare the current term to the prior year term. So one way that colleges track is how are we doing today in time as we were last year at this point in time. And so if we look at summer, for example, summer 21 and summer 22, you see that in summer 22 we had fewer students if you look at the first row, which is head count. And the top is credit, the bottom is non-credit. And the reason why we separate those out is because in the non-credit, remember, we collect apportionment at the end of the semester because we need to collect every single hour. Whereas on the credit side, we could predict a lot throughout the semester because of the census period. So if you look at summer 21 versus summer 22, we had fewer students, but our capacity has to do with the number of seats that we have available for students. That's what that number represents. Our efficiency is just how well we're filling those seats. It's not a financial efficiency number, it's a enrollment number. How many seats are we pretty much filling up?
When we look at these numbers, I mean, certainly we know that pandemic numbers have definitely been impacted in 2020, 21, 22, and 22, 23. Where were we pre-pandemic?
So pre-pandemic, if I remember correctly, our FTS was about 24,000. So we are definitely still trailing, but we're moving in the right direction.
And that's 24,000 in fall?
For the whole year.
For the whole year?
For the whole year.
All right, thank you.
So again, if we look at summer, for example, one of the things that I would note is that while our efficiency seems lower, right? But if you look at the actual FTS that was generated, we had just about the same amount of FTS, which means that students were taking more classes, right? If we look at fall 21 versus fall 22, we have about less than 1,000 more students in fall 22. Capacity, we had more seats, but our efficiency was higher, and again, more FTS, which means students were taking more classes. And then if we compare spring to spring, spring 23, we're still enrolling, right? So we're not done. We haven't canceled any classes, so one of the things that will change is that as we get closer to the start of the semester, we look at where we have classes with small numbers, right? We may need to cancel, we may need to condense, or we may need to add classes. Sometimes that happens as well, if we see that there's a high demand for a particular course. Fall 22 also has a little asterisk because we still have what's called a recalc, and that happens in February and March. So the college has until then to look at prior year numbers and say, wait, Chancellor's Office, there's a mistake, we need to correct, you need to correct, to make sure that we get the most apportionment possible. So the top is head count, the bottom is non-credit, and the reason why I separate those out again is because of the way that we collect apportionment. You'll note fall 22, we're not done, we're in finals week, so I still need to collect all those attendance hours, and so our non-credit FTS will definitely go up. And then for spring 23, we do not predict anything until the end, closer to the end of the semester, or when at the very least some of our short-term classes have already concluded.
Dr. Ramirez, following up on Trustee Chen Lao's question, would it be possible to get a presentation like this where we looked at all of the summers side by side and we went all the way back to pre-pandemic so we could see where we were at before the pandemic, how we dipped through the pandemic and how we're coming back up? And then same thing, put all the falls side by side and all the springs side by side. It would end up take more paper or presentation than what you have here, but I think that would help us. And then if we could put that on a graph and watch it go down and come back up again, I think that would really help us to understand this.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'll include that next time.
Can I
Okay, any
follow up
question?
on that question?
Trustee Martin, go ahead.
Follow up on his question, So tell me again, pre-pandemic, we were 2.4, how many?
24,000 per year.
24,000?
Per year.
Per year? So it's not just as simple as me looking at, say, I'm not sure where the summers fall.
So it would be summer, fall, and spring.
So I look down here and I see that we're about 20,000.
20,000. Right. And if you look at the prior year, we were below that. So we are trending in the right direction, but it is taking us some time to get students back into the classroom.
So we're about, help me, 20%
20%.
behind where we
Right.
were
Where we were
pre-pandemic.
when we were at the highest.
I see 11,000.
Do you know, and it's okay, I understand if you don't, but do you know across the state, is the state average, what about
I
the
don't know the state average. I think there are colleges that are down 5%, 10%, 15%. That are still struggling with bringing students back. I think one of the challenges is that not all colleges are bringing back face-to-face instruction the same way, right? We still know that there are colleges that are still have a high number of online classes. And there's others that may be fully back into their traditional mode. So that's one of the reasons I think across the state we can't really say this is why everyone is, there's so many fluctuations. And it also has to do with where colleges are situated, Central Valley versus in the city. I think that also has had an impact on having students return after the pandemic.
And I appreciate that, but usually it's nice just to know kind of a ballpark on state averages, because there's other influences besides the more micro ones that you recommended. I mean, there's obviously the pandemic itself is a worldwide phenomena, but there's the entire state economy, the U.S. economy, demographics, et cetera, that are playing parts here too. So it's just always interesting to get the composite of the state, even realizing that it's not exactly perfect comparison
I can
for
get the
us.
number, it is available.
Yeah.
The other piece of data that we also,
For
we
the
look-
year, I don't
Right.
need to know all the breakouts, but
Right.
just for the year.
And we also collect it regionally, so our region, the CIOs will send out information so that we all kind of know where we are landing in the same general demographic area. So I can
Always-
bring that back.
That seems like really just good information to have. No, they're not perfect comparisons.
Trustee Wang?
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez, first of all, for this presentation. It's really helpful. You mentioned regionally. It'd be great to also see that data comparing to our peers in the region, how we're doing. And then I had a question, but I lost it, so come back to me.
Okay. All right, any other questions on enrollment before she moves on? You're going,
I have 2 more slides.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay. So we've been looking at enrollment by modality. We've been tracking it day by day. Fall 22, this is where we're ending up, pretty much at the end of the semester. The data is from last week. So online, we have about 924 sections, over 23,000 enrollments. Our fill rate is about 67%. Hybrid is about 304 sections, enrollments at 6,800, and our fill rate is a little bit higher. Our in-person, we have over 1,700 sections, and our enrollments are at 30,000 or plus, and our fill rate is at 65%. And the reason why we're very careful about interpreting this data is one of the things that all colleges are being plagued with are fraudulent student accounts. And it's primarily in our online asynchronous classes. So while those are the numbers as of the end of the semester, we know that there are yet, even though ITS, Student Services, and Instruction have been working very hard to try and remove as much of those fraudulent students from classes, we know we still have some in our online classes. So that's been a big challenge. And again, it's not just Pasadena. We've reached out to the Chancellor's Office for support.
Dr. Ramirez, how do you calculate the fill rate?
The fill rate is just the number of seats filled versus the number of seats available.
So even for an online class, you have a limit of the number of seats per class?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So with those empty enrollments, with those problem things, this fill rate number for online may go down even for this fall 2022?
Well, students aren't dropping anymore,
Yeah.
right? Census is passed for the most part, so yeah, those numbers are not necessarily real numbers. So I think one of the questions was how is student success compared to online versus in person?
Yeah.
And again, that's hard to measure because those fraudulent accounts that are in online classes, they don't care if they pass or not, right? So it may really tell not the right story as far as what's happening with instruction in an online class. You have great faculty teaching online, but if the students are fraudulent accounts, then it's not fair to say those are non-successful, right? So we have to be very careful when we look at that data because that's the trickiest part.
Thank you.
At this time, what I'm hearing you say, Dr. Ramirez, is that we don't know the number of fraudulent accounts, or do we? I mean, how much fluctuation? Like, you know how polls have plus and minus, margin of error. What would you, is there a margin of error on the online numbers?
So what I did do last couple of weeks ago was I looked at the number of students that enrolled versus the number of students that completed. Our online had a bigger delta, so a lot more students dropped out of those classes. But I can't really say how many of those are fraudulent or not, because it's literally a case-by-case situation. Our folks in Student Services, they're looking at student accounts one by one, sending out emails saying, we need you to respond to confirm that you are a real student. And that's, again, a case-by-case situation. There are some instances where they can find batches, but it's not often. So I can pull some data to show just in general, but again, it's not going to be that accurate because there's no way for me to identify every single fraudulent account.
Sure.
And the source of,
Trustee Martin?
I'm just trying to get my mind around a fraudulent account. It's somebody that signed up who's not really attending or participating, and
the main purpose of doing that is students or those fraudulent accounts are trying to tap into financial aid. So that's the intent.
I see.
They're enrolling in college, they're filling out their FAFSAs, they're doing all the paperwork showing up maybe to the first day, responding to the instructor on the first couple of days. They have no intention of finishing the class,
I see.
but they're going to draw down financial resources.
Isn't there a regular process for so many quizzes and tests and exams that have to go out that students have a progress and?
Yes.
I mean, isn't there?
They have become very
some-
sophisticated, and we are actually finding fraudulent accounts where they respond to the faculty. We have cases where we have 5 students in the same class, they turn in the same assignment. And the instructor knows there's no way this is 5 different people. And so those are like the flags that we have to literally one by one send to our student services staff to look at and then follow up.
So it's a little more organized than.
It's highly organized.
Than just people saying you can do this.
Oh,
and-
it's highly organized. It's, again,
I
it's not
see.
just PCC, it's up and down the state. The Chancellor's Office is aware. The Chancellor's Office has worked with our IT staff to provide code to be able to identify and things of that nature, but they are much more techy than we can keep up with.
I see.
We have to file a monthly report on the 10th of every month that reports to the Chancellor's Office the bots, because these are all bots. And we have to file a report of the bots that we have discovered, and then they go and cross-match those bots with the applications in CCC Apply.
I think the other challenge that many of our faculty have is that they're taking up seats that our students need.
And faculty time.
Right. Right.
Any other questions on this particular slide?
The last one is just spring 23 and where we're trending now. Again, we haven't canceled anything. We're still working on identifying fraudulent accounts. That's going to happen all the way up to census and even beyond that. But this is kind of how we're trending now. The number of sections has pretty much stayed consistent, and we're monitoring our enrollments.
Any other questions?
Well, just the obvious one that there's a rather large drop from 30,000 to 18,000 in person. And do we have any preliminary hypotheses on why that may be occurring?
So our online sections, we are offering more sections than we traditionally would have prior to the pandemic. Again, students are choosing where they want to register. I think we're going to find that there's probably going to be a significant number of fraudulent accounts there as well.
Right.
Yeah,
I
but
think
the
Trustee
question
Martin was on the
in-person number. I
He
mean,
was
I get the online, maybe you're doing a good job catching bots or something, it's all good. But it's that in-person 31K to 18K that's got me a little nervous.
Right, but we're not done with enrollment.
Okay.
Right, we still have until we come back after break. So students enroll sometimes very much at the last
At
day
the
or
end.
two before
Okay.
classes start. So we still have
All
time.
right. So
I'm not worried.
We'll wait and see on that.
Well, piggyback on Trustee Martin's question, and you don't have to answer it at this board meeting because this may take some preparation. What is the college's approach on enrollment strategy? Which departments across campus works with either your office or on enrollment strategy? So that's something that
So we're doing a number of things. Definitely marketing, not only with social media, but just going out to the community. We're definitely working on dual enrollment. I think that's something that the college has seen. We have a market out there for dual enrollment that's going to make a big difference. We have a lot of our USDs that are really reaching out to us to try and grow that. Some of the areas as well is like NatSci. They have a huge demand, right? Those are all the health science fields. We're trying to develop new programs in health sciences as well. So marketing is big, not only outside of the campus, but also internally. So working with student services to counsel students to support them in enrolling in more classes, and we saw that, right, with the change in FTES, almost the same amount of students, but they're taking more classes. So that's a big part of what counseling does, is letting them know, hey, these are classes that will fulfill your graduation or transfer requirements. Make sure that you register early, make sure that you go to support services. We also have a lot of financial resources, not only with CARES and HERF, But just helping students make sure they have, for example, book vouchers in the bookstore to make sure that they have the resources early to be successful in their classes. Definitely supporting our tutoring program, so we're working with our success centers to reach out to students and provide professional expert support, student success counselors. So there's a lot of strategies, and it goes across all areas of the college, really.
Well, that's terrific to hear. What I was also asking is that, is there a college committee, a college enrollment committee that works on this with you, or is this enrollment strategy centralized from your office?
It's mostly centralized from the Office of Instruction. I work with the deans to develop, we're working right now on an enrollment plan strategy to identify targets by not only department, but not only by division, but also by department at the discipline level, identifying how many classes we want to offer and where we have gaps. So for example, one of the things we've talked about with some of our divisions is offering Saturday classes, right? Because we know that in some areas, like in that side, they're bound by the capacity or the number of lab spaces they have. And so maybe we need to offer classes on the weekends, right?
Go ahead, Trustee
Yeah.
Gibson.
I have a follow-up. I think it's actually might be kind of a follow-up, and it's not for this meeting, but in the future, I'd like to see, when we do some strategic planning around increasing enrollment. I went through the enrollment process for the spring term, and I found it difficult and frustrating. So I'm hoping that, when we look at this in the future, we can work on ways to streamline the online enrollment process. So that's something to talk about in the future, when we...
So we can put that as a future agenda item. Okay. Trustee Wang?
Mine's a bit simpler of a question. On this chart here, obviously we see that the fill rate for online is higher than hybrid and in person, and assuming that a number of these may be one of those fraudulent accounts. But looking at past semester, and I vaguely remember seeing a chart like this in past meetings. Do we see online classes filling faster typically than hybrid and in person? And has that been true since we've been doing hybrid and in-person courses?
Yes, in some disciplines. So I think it is discipline specific in some areas more than others. So definitely in things like CTE, NatSci, health sciences, those things are really in person, right? More on your traditional, what I would call just lecture classes, there are more opportunities for students to enroll in online.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Comments? Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ramirez.
Okay.
And we look forward to the next month in hearing more about the enrollment strategy, as well as our update on enrollment numbers. Thank you. Now we have superintendent's report.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Finals week. The semester is drawing to a close, and no one knows that better than our student trustee, Simone, who's trying to finish everything. We have done lots of de-stressing efforts on campus. Earlier this week, we had the therapy miniature horses back in the quad again for people to, come and pat the miniature horses. Fun fact, the only two animals that are allowed in a classroom on a community college or a K-12 classroom is a dog and a miniature horse. So that's why we were allowed to have them. And a huge thank you to faculty and staff for another successful semester. The holidays are upon us. We had the holiday party last week, the president's holiday party last week, and it was great to see a big turnout from faculty, staff, and our trustees. And we had fun with the best costume contests in each of the lunch seatings and lots of raffle prizes. So thank you for coming. This last Friday, and I know you were all there, we had the Foundation Scholarship Awards, and again, great turnout and always one of my favorite events of the year. The disco theme was right up my alley, and it was so fun to dance myself up to the podium to the tune of Dancing Queen to welcome everyone. We awarded scholarships to 202 students, most of whom were there to receive their money, and in some cases, they actually got to meet their donor in person, which I think is always really powerful for both the donor and for the students. And again, kudos to Bobby Abram and the whole team in the PCC Foundation for making it a memorable night for our donors and for our students. Since we last met, we did raise and fly the transgender flag on November 21st. That's Transgender Remembrance, and that remembers the people who have been killed to violence due to transphobia. If last Wednesday, if you were having dinner at the Green Street Cafe, as I was very excited to do this. I had a chance to see PCC music faculty member Mary Durst. Every semester she has her jazz, voice, and combo students perform their final exams from 6 to 8. And so while I sat there having a really lovely dinner at the Green Street Cafe, one of my favorite places, yes, you can pay me for the advertisement, folks, I got to hear students sing in some cases. Some played more than one instrument, sang and played an instrument. It was fabulous. And, whenever you're having any sort of frustrating or whatever kind of day, just go and watch what students do. And that completely, centers you on why we're here. And then later this week, we're going to go off and celebrate the holidays, and I'll be very busy, as will Salvatrice with the Los Angeles Regional Consortium. We'll have our last two meetings, one the business meeting tomorrow, as well as the CEO meeting on Friday. And that concludes my report.
Announcements. Announcements by shared governance representatives and the Board of Trustees. I will start with Emmanuel Gomez.
Good evening. Just want to first, again, begin by thanking the staff and faculty that dedicated their days and nights to support all Lancers that were seeking the transfer to the universities of California and Cal State universities as well. Whether that support was received in the Krebling Lounge here with their pop-up events through the Transfer Center, or communicated via Google Docs, like in my case. We're honored to be transfer applicants and extremely grateful for the prioritized support. Also, just as we wrap up our final exams and assignments, I want to remind students at large to please use the available support on campus. If needed, please seek support from personal counseling, student success centers, and even the Lancer Pantry. Additionally, please continue to mingle with ASPCC during this finals relaxation week that has been in full effect and concludes tomorrow with a Christmas card decorating day out in the quad scheduled for noon. And aside from that, I just wish you all happy holidays. Please take care and see you all next semester. Thank you.
Ms. Joseph.
Hi, good evening. The Classified Senate will be hosting its holiday gathering this Friday in the Circadian from 2 to 4:30. We've partnered with the Family Resource Center to provide donations and have hired the PCC Jazz Trio to provide live entertainment during this time. We're looking forward to connecting with one another and establishing new goals for the upcoming year. I'm happy to report that People Connecting Over Coffee was a complete success. I would like to sincerely thank VP Jones for her assistance with coordinating this effort, Dr. Indra Jonas for her positivity and encouragement, and to those who were brave and open enough to meeting someone new, including Trustee Silver. We look forward to continuing this program in the upcoming year, so stay tuned. Lastly, the Classified Senate would like to recognize Jill Keller and Lisa Whiting for their years of service to PCC and wish them the very best in their retirement. And finally, I would like to personally congratulate Daryl Montgomery as he transitions into his new position as ground supervisor in the facilities department. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Ms. Miller.
Good evening, thank you. The Management Association hosted its holiday party last Friday, and it was a big success with a lot of fun being had by all. Want to personally congratulate those employees who have transitioned into new positions. And so as we heard earlier, Orane Wananari is now the new Assistant Dean at Northwest Campus. Emily Bingham she went from the Student Success Coach Leader to the Coordinator of Pathways and First Year Experience. Marisol Hara Garza will continue being the Acting Director of the Child Development Center. Daryl Montgomery is moving from Irrigation Specialist to Ground Supervisor. And Jesse Wang is moving from Manager for Internal Audit to Chief Fiscal Services Officer. Just want to wish everybody happy holidays and to be safe, and that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Ms. Rose?
Hello, good evening, everyone. So nice to see you all this finals week. I have a few items to share from the Academic Senate. We have started a conversation with the administration about negotiating a potential +1 academic and professional matter related to hiring. This would fulfill a goal voted on by the Academic Senate Board, and we will be initiating the resolution process in the spring. We're hoping to collaborate on adopting a model of cluster hiring, which has been shown to increase hiring faculty of color who have demonstrated commitment and experience supporting students of color. The Senate Social Justice Committee is also working on writing an anti-racist policy and procedure to operationalize the social justice resolution that was adopted by the Academic Senate last spring. They will be bringing this policy through the shared governance process for feedback when it is ready. We would also like to recognize and express our deep gratitude to Judy Benson as she retires for her many years of faithful service to the Academic Senate. This concludes my report. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. Trustee Osterling?
Thank you. My PCC experiences this month have been bookended, and specifically started out with a memorial service for former trustee Dr. Ross Selvage, which was held right here in Creveling. And I wanted to thank PCC for providing the venue that was attended by about 200 people. And as he was a military veteran, it was concluded with a beautiful presentation of the flag to his widow, Andriana. The other end of the bookend was the scholarship awards night previously reported on by Dr. Androgenis. One of my favorite events of the year, and one of the true rewards of being a trustee at PCC is the scholarship ceremony and then the graduation ceremonies at the end of the year. And these scholarships are very competitive. I believe there was about 1,100 applications for 200 scholarships, so those that got the scholarships were competitive and very deserving. And it's just a pleasure to see these accomplished people get their awards. And the Bobby and Chris are always great at making this event, which is long because we hand out so much money to so many students, and making it fun as well. And the disco theme was awesome. I pride myself on being a music trivia expert specializing in the 60s and the 70s due to my advanced age. And I found out that on my left and my right were Trustees Silver and Trustee Gibson, and we were playing disco music trivia, and I got lost severely. I concede that they are far better at the disco music trivia. And lastly, I wanted to thank CORE for inviting me to their holiday party. It was a real delight, and also Trustees Gibson, Silver, and Kwong also attended, and it was good to see them again too. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Trustee Martin?
No report.
Trustee Gibson?
Yeah, I also want to express my appreciation for the scholarship event It was very rewarding to participate, and I really have to give kudos and credit to the foundation, Bobby and the foundation folks who put on a incredible event. It is so rewarding to participate with the students that are winning those awards. Some of us also participated at the pinning of nurses last night, so that was very rewarding to see all those successful graduates of our nursing program. I want to end with giving the best wishes for the students finalizing their term and finishing up their finals and doing what they need to do to finish out this term, and really congratulate and uplift the faculty who are doing the work at this important work at this time, and the staff that supports them. So thank you all for the work you're doing. Thanks.
Jim, what you didn't know is I was a disco DJ in my youth. Headphones, scratching the turntable. So, yeah, who would guess that? No, you wouldn't have. So also, I attended the CORE holiday event, and they do so much good. They infuse so much goodness onto our campus. So thank you to all who are involved with CORE. I also had the wonderful opportunity to, now that we're back in person, to attend 2 performances here on campus, and they were outstanding. And I'd love for us to think Pasadena is kind of a small town in a big place, but we are a small town, and to think of ourselves somewhat as a college town and to support the arts, the performing arts that we have here on campus, because it is an evening of wonderful entertainment, reasonably priced. So the 2 things I saw were Angel City, directed by Professor Will Ahrens. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing his name correctly. He pulled out of students great acting. This was a dense, dialogue-heavy, snappy, witty play written by, of course, a New York playwright who came to Los Angeles and was horrified by Hollywood. So also humorous. What a lovely, lovely afternoon. I picked a matinee, reasonably priced. If you have your parking permit, free parking. So that was one thing. And the very next night on Saturday, I came back with my husband, who wasn't sure he wanted to hear a piano recital, but it was a fabulous evening. Dr. Philip Young, who's the director of keyboard studies here, organized a program based on Peter and the Wolf and composers from the Ukraine, or had some connection to Ukraine. And the evening was gorgeous. His students, they played 4 hands on a keyboard at once. It was rich, full music, and I am so pleased to say that theater was packed full, and I think if any of you went to our future piano recitals or theatrical performances, you would really have an enjoyable evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Kwan?
Yeah. Just this last month, I had the wonderful opportunity of visiting our PCC Honor Band get ready for the Rose Parade. I didn't even know where they were rehearsing, but it really wasn't an issue because you just follow the music and then you end up in the practice room. And I had a wonderful time meeting all the students that were so excited and so happy to be practicing and performing and to get ready for really an event, a memory of a lifetime for them. The luncheon at CORE was quite pleasant. I had a chance to meet a lot of new faces, and also the wonderful PCC Foundation Scholarship event with, I echo my colleagues. It's quite rewarding to meet the students and to meet them the next day at the CORE luncheon too. So.
Thank you. Trustee Wang?
Not to sound like a broken record, but I also want to thank the foundation for a fantastic scholarship ceremony. I admittedly did not know as many of the songs that were being played, and it is now my homework to go and find those playlists to get caught up. So
Bragging about your youth.
Yeah,
But thank
exactly, I was
you
gonna
to my
say.
colleagues for educating me while we were there. But it was fantastic to see the $265,000 that was going out to students and to benefit students here in our community. I also had the pleasure of joining Trustee Gibson at the RN pinning ceremony yesterday evening. I want to congratulate all of the graduates and thank the RN class president Yuritsi Meza for inviting the board and allowing us to participate. Since it feels like it's been a little bit since we've been back, I also want to. Since our last meeting, I had the opportunity to attend my first CCLC, California Community College League of California, convention in San Francisco, where I was with Trustees Gibson, Silver, and Dr. Andrew Jonas. It was great to be able to participate in sessions ranging from the financial health of community colleges to CCAP programs, and I definitely walked away with a lot of information. And it was also great just meeting colleagues and trustees from across the state that weekend a few weeks ago. I want to take a second also to congratulate in the city of Arcadia our new council members that have been sworn in. I want to congratulate council members Michael Cao, Eileen Wang, and Sharon Kwan. And I want to take one quick moment of personal privilege to also share personally that since our last meeting, I have passed the bar exam. And and I've been very grateful to be sworn in to the bar by a long-time member, leader of the community here in the San Gabriel Valley, our former assembly member and now Judge Edwin Chow, who was gracious enough to swear me into the bar and to join Trustee Kwong in this profession. And I also want to congratulate our PCC superstar, Ryan Liu, who also passed, who I took the exam alongside with, almost literally sitting 2 seats behind him. Wish the students the best of luck in the remaining days of finals, and happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a video of Trustee Wang dancing on stage that we
Was
can
not-
show at the next meeting.
It was not as good as Dr. Andrew Jonas's dance.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Trustee Chen.
So like all the rest, as students, we have just been working on our finals. So good luck to everyone out there who still have their finals. Again, please remember that we do have many wonderful resources, both online and in person, that could help you during the review process. And I want to say thank you for approving me to the ACCT Student Trustee Advisory Committee. I will be sure to work on the advocacy agenda over the break, and we do have a meeting over the break. So lastly, thank you for all the staff and faculties for such a wonderful semester, and hope everyone have a happy holiday. That concludes my report.
Thank you. My report is brief. I certainly like to take this opportunity to echo my colleagues with the Foundation Awards, and also to acknowledge my colleagues on the board for being out and about in the community. I think we've seen each other quite a bit in the last 2 to 3 weeks, but also to take this time to thank our student trustee, Chan, for stepping up to the plate to be an ACCT rep, but she also joined us at our board retreat on a Saturday for 4.5 hours, and really provided wonderful feedback to the trustees on the experiences of students. So I like to just again acknowledge the value that you add to this board, and really look forward to your continued service on this board. And with that, I wish everyone a happy holidays, and be safe and be healthy. Thank you. Okay. We have now proposed future board business meeting dates. Okay. Proposed future agenda items.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead. Trustee Kwan and Trustee Wang, go ahead.
I'd like to propose 2 agenda items for next month.
Mhm.
The first one is for the board to consider having another climate survey. And the second one is that as you're looking for and recruiting for an assistant superintendent of student services, that you would consider appointing that person to be employed by contract instead of by appointment.
Trustee Wang?
For a future meeting, I believe that this has already been mentioned, but I would like more information on community wealth agreements, and especially as we are about to operationalize, the bond, to have a better understanding of how, much like our study session today with the Oversight Committee, and how community wealth agreements operate.
It's a community wealth
Health
agreement.
agreements.
It's also known as they also call it the project labor agreements. Trustee Gibson?
Yeah, I had mentioned that I'd like to see more discussion around enrollment outreach. So I'd like to see if we can, figure out exactly what we're going to do to improve and, hone in on how we do, what our enrollment strategies are. And I mentioned one aspect of the process that the students have to go through in enrollment through the systems.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, great. Now I would like to move to adjourn the meeting in memory of Roger Germanian, former trustee for Area 4. Well, thank you for the. Okay, a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, great, thank you.
What do you mean by
Vote with our feet.
Yeah, vote with our feet.
Last meeting of the year.